Testing. Welcome to episode 334 of Beauty Magazine, the Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. In the year 2008, at that time, the magazine is 10 years old. In 2004, it was merged with another magazine, and that is what has caused the struggle. Although similar topics, they were not meant to be the same kind of magazine. So, it has caused problems. That's the short version. We also occasionally play a prequel story that's set in 1981, when our founder, Beatrice Ullbright, was 18 years old and was a shy, awkward teen going on adult, graduating high school. What led her from that to 17 years later starting this magazine. Let's take it off the thumbnail. Now, we were messing around with building something yesterday, which is why they have me shown as playing these people, which I am not currently doing. But I'm going to click on resume game and... Oh, is that another Black Friday special? No, it's Streamlabs telling me congrats on completing my first stream. I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean, given that I've been streaming since, several years ago. Okay, first things first, let's get back out of here. Hey, Daniel. You have a good night, too. I am trying to take us, story-wise, to the Gloria Downing portion. I've been trying to do that. She is the rival magazine, the antagonist, the Skeletor, if you will. Not Skeletor, who is a character in the game, but a Skeletor-type character. Now, when we left off last night, I was building this. This is supposed to be a fashion design school with possibly something else attached to it. I was modeling this building after a building that I had made in The Sims 2 for my salon project for cosmetology school. I made a building that looked similar to this in The Sims 2 and made an interior in this larger portion of the building and took photos of it. So this is the building that I tried to recreate here. Yeah, it's definitely Sims 2 though, because I got the blue payphone here at the curb for calling the cab if you don't have your own car. Um, the problem that I'm having is I just mentioned we got that prequel story going on. Well, in order to do the origin of Gloria Downing, I have to delve into her character in that playthrough. And I'm trying to avoid doing that. You know, it's like I just want, part of me just wants to tell the story without showing the story in the other thing. But it boils down to starting out with her relationship with her mother and her sister, and how her mother basically treated her like Cinderella and treated her sister like one of the stepsisters, Now, this would be a similar story, except that her mother is her real mother, not a stepmother. Just for some reason, I haven't put my finger on it yet, but for some reason, I think I've got them living over here. Yes. So for some reason, her mother, Victoria Downing, dressed her sister Lola like a Barbie doll. Like her own private mannequin, whatever, just dressed her in all the fancy dresses growing up. And then would turn around and give Gloria not even good hand-me-downs, like just pretty much thrift store clothes, rags, I was thinking probably she might have had her going to like a boarding school. Something like there's that movie, the Little Princess, where the father leaves the child at the boarding school and supposedly goes off to war, and he's wealthy enough to pay the money for her to go to this boarding school. But he goes missing, presumably killed in action, and that leaves no one to pay the bill for his child to go to that boarding school, and she becomes basically a indentured servant type thing at the boarding school. A slave. She has to suddenly live in the attic and mop the floors and everything like an orphan. Like something out of Little Orphan Annie. So it's like, I was thinking, what if her mother purposely sent her to the boarding school, but had her treated like that? Like maybe even had her sister, maybe they were both going to that same boarding school, and the sister's dressing normally or in fancy clothes, Yet Gloria has to dress like the servants because she's not being given fancy clothing. And it's like, there's no reason for it. It's not like Gloria has been a bad child or anything. The mother is just, for some reason, not giving a crap about Gloria. And it's this constant treatment that the way she's treated like that makes Gloria the way she is. When she's an adult, she ends up being nice to servants and such, but anybody that's supposedly on equal ground with her or is some sort of threat, or she's like, you're not better than me. It's like, it's hard to explain because I'm trying to come up with this. It's really an awkward story. I mean, it's Cinderella, only Cinderella grows up. It's as if Cinderella grew up without ever meeting the prince and just became bitter and wanted revenge. And when she grew up, she figured out how to make them dresses and make her own fancy slippers and all that, and telling everybody else how to dress, and everybody likes the way she tells everybody to dress. And she expects to be treated like royalty. But she never got that treatment from her mother. Her mother always acted as though she disowned her, and there was never a reason for it. Or at least I haven't come up with one yet. All I know is that Victoria here treated Lola like the princess and treated Gloria like something to throw away. There was just something in her way, an inconvenience. maybe we'll at some point I'll figure out that the reason why. Will it turn out that there is a stepsister angle, that maybe it's not her child, maybe it is her child, maybe there was two different husbands. I don't know. But as far as I know right now, Victoria is the mother of both Lola and Gloria. And she just treated one like royalty and treated one like a wash rag. That's pretty much the story. It's like Lola is the finest, is treated like the finest lace doily type thing, while Gloria is treated like a dirty wash rag that has holes in it. But Gloria has feelings. It's like you can wring that rag out all you want, but it still has use. So I guess it's like a rags to riches, except the fact that Gloria was rich. She just didn't have any access to any of the money. And her mother never spent any of it on her. And now that Gloria has earned her money, she lives the rich life. And she expects to be treated like she's earned it. Which is why when Jocelyn didn't know who she was and didn't give the proper respect, Gloria got even. Or at least hoped she was getting even with her little practical joke at the restaurant. So there's that part of the story, but there's also the person that helped Gloria become the better Gloria, as far as getting her out of the hole. Getting her to not be dressing in the rags. And that's her friend Esmeralda Huntley. Or her former friend. Now, this is either a friend or a cousin or something, but she and Gloria ended up having a falling out, and Gloria basically decided to do everything she could to bury her, to take everything from her. Esmeralda was building an empire of some sort with fashion and such, and Gloria got a hold of it. And that's the story that I got to figure out with them too. It's like Gloria was her apprentice. And she taught Gloria too much. And Gloria, being hungry, kept eating. You know, I mean, I don't mean food, but you know, the man eater. You know, it's like there was something that caused them, and I'm thinking. I was thinking today. There was something where Esmeralda had made a promise or had offered to do something for Gloria, such as put in a word at the school to get me into that fashion school, or something like that. Like, put in a word so I can get in there and get trained. And Esmeralda, like, kept saying, I'll do it, and didn't do it. And that sets Gloria off. It's like, fine, I'll do it myself. You know, it's like, I've had to do everything myself all these years anyway. You're just one more thing I'll have to do myself. And I'm thinking that whatever Gloria's Guide magazine is right now, the previous title was either Esmeralda's or somebody that Esmeralda knows, or maybe it was the whoever owned the fashion school, or you know, something like that. You know, it's just time and again, people that Gloria was trying to learn from and she ended up learning from them all right, and then had to leave them behind because they wouldn't teach her any further, or tried to do something behind her back, or you know, something. There's always something that causes Gloria to say enough is enough. You don't want to help me anymore. You're done. And then she steps on them. She surpasses them, takes over whatever they have, you know, just something. I don't think that shows up in the. Let's do a screenshot. Because yeah. Let's get the one of her mother and her sister. So that's her mother. Not her mother, but Gloria's mother. Excuse me. Ate a little bit too much, as usual. So let that be a lesson to y'all. Don't treat people like that. Don't treat one kid like one thing and another kid like another thing, especially if neither kid has done anything to be treated like that. I mean, in a negative way. Don't treat a kid in a negative way if they didn't deserve it. I mean, spoiling's not necessarily good either, but just Oompa Loompa, and Oompa Loompa things, they have a point to them. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you should do one for Gloria too while you're at it. Is Gloria at home or is she at. She's not at home. Okay. Yeah, so that's Gloria Downing. This is her mother. You have a Gloria and a Lola? Yes, we have a Lola. Gloria and an Lolla. Easy for you to say. So anyway, I don't know who just missed that because there's a bunch of you suddenly finding me. So welcome to the people who are suddenly finding me. If you're new, welcome. If you're not new, well, welcome back. But I'm trying to expand on what Gloria Downing is our antagonist. She is the main antagonist of this series. She runs Gloria's Guide magazine, which is the magazine. It's like Vogue. It's like, you want to read about fashion or what you're supposed to be wearing. Well, you pick up Gloria's Guide because it's the statement of fashion. She says something is something, people take her at her word, and that's what it is. But she has a mean side. If you disrespect her, she'll get even with you and put you in your place. And as I was saying, this story is basically, she's not the stepdaughter, she's a daughter. Like, Victoria is her actual mother, Lola is her actual sister. It's possible it could be a half-sister if there's two different fathers. But for some reason, Victoria always dressed Lola as if she were her fashion model, her Barbie doll, put all the fancy dresses on her, take her to the high-end hair salon, even for just a little tiny trim, and in the meantime, Gloria was dressed in rags, like Cinderella. It's Cinderella that did not meet the prince and didn't have a fairy godmother. Instead of a fairy godmother, Gloria started teaching herself how to make outfits. A little bit of Mary Poppins in there. Hey, grab some old curtains and turn them into a dress type thing. Go to the local thrift store and turn nothing into something. Until later on in life, either she meets Esmeralda and becomes friends with her, or possibly Esmeralda is some sort of cousin. I don't know for sure yet. But Esmeralda becomes her former best friend. Best friend and all right, what's the word for a teacher? For like apprentice teacher? Mentor, master, okay. I don't know if I want to call her a master. She's a mentor, I guess. No, we're not. No, we just come on now. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like the Jedi thing, but more like Sith Lord. Friend. Fashion. I'll put a fashion mentor. That way, it's like, because that's the main thing. So She helps Gloria get into the actual fashion world. And Esmeralda is like up there. She's made a name for herself somehow. She's possibly underneath somebody else. You know, somebody else is probably her master. And I guess it's kind of like the Jedi thing in a way, where Gloria is going to ask Esmeralda to put in a word with somebody else, either the school, to get her into the school, or to be trained by somebody, and you know, it kind of reminds me of Rocky, where Paulie kept asking Rocky to, you know, hey, can you ask your buddy Gazzo about me? I want to get out of this meat cooler. And Rocky keeps on, you know, not wanting to do it. But somehow Esmeralda's not going to ask, even though she says she's going to ask. And when Gloria finds out, it's on. And then Gloria decides, you don't really want to help me? I don't need you. And you can just be beneath me. You know, the student will become the master. And she will take over the magazines and change the names and want her fashion school that's currently being built and running behind with the construction issues, and you know, can't get more of the marble and this and that, and yeah, that's how she's going to become. She's going to earn her empire. Exactly, she's going to earn her empire. She's not going to, you know, scheme and all that like the other emperor, but she's going to earn it. She's wanting to learn. She's going to want to, you know, she's just going to do what she has to do to outdo those who try to tell her no or keep her down. And that's what ends up happening. At some point, that's what happens. And now she's taken control of somebody else's magazine, slapped her name on it. And if you disrespect her, you will find out that you shouldn't have done that. Yeah. You're not going to be able to move it over that far. I'm not? Just do it right there. Yeah, but nothing. Just put it right there. Yeah. So that is our antagonist. I mean, if ever there was a fashion police, Gloria's Guide magazine is the chief of it. Okay. Now let's save this. Here, first, I want to go in and I want to save as playing her for now, because I don't want to be at the Spencer Kim Lewis house. Yeah, so if anybody's new, that's Gloria Downing. For some reason she's over here, and for some reason Simon is... Simon? Look the part, okay? You are the publisher. You are the owner of Regency Publishing. You took over the company from your father. Gloria's Guide magazine has been here since then, since the father was running Regency Publishing. Gloria's magazine office is, at least the main office here, is this here, where the boardroom is. This is Gloria's office right here. And then they have this area down here, this section. And then, since this is the main publishing building, there's other magazines that have offices in this building. They may or may not do all of their operations here, but they have offices. And yeah, they have offices. So I'm gonna switch over to the prequel story just so I can get the pictures from there. And one moment while I'm waiting for that to load, I'm gonna go warm up my coffee. I'll be right back. It's December, you know. We're 1 month away from this series being a year old. Okay. Alright. Let's load a game. We haven't loaded it in a while. What did I call that? Okay. Let's, I got a bunch of little command things over time that I have put in to Streamlabs to, like, tell the plot and all that. I'm just gonna copy and, I'm gonna do them real quick. So let's do the about. Okay. That one there refers to when I'm using this website here, fliphtml5. Now, I'm not actually finishing any of these magazines. This is just visual aids. It's like I say something and then I like pretend to make bits and pieces of something. This is the April cover that we started. This is the first issue that we were making back in January. I made an advertisement for laundry detergent. Then I got this kit that had the blow dryers, so I made a advertisement for them. I had a fashion spread for the April showers. And then pretending that these are also waterproof. Not the pants and the skirt are, but, they're raincoats. And then I came up with a name for these boots. They're Golly Hoppers Galoshes. Because, you hop around in the puddles. And then I also borrow some things from the game, like this is a poster in the game. This was the article about I was working on the article where I was going to try to get close-up pictures of doing various tasks while having painted nails to see, like as if she's testing the nail polish. This was a cooking together article that I was working on. I didn't quite finish it. This was our punching bag article that I did finish, but it was a really quick one. Here, I'll read this one real quick since I did finish it. This is Cassandra Elaine Powers, our fitness writer. She's named after 2 ABBA songs, and when I went to give her a last name, it just so happened to put Powers as the first choice. And Elaine Powers was a chain of fitness gyms in the 80s. So, like, what are the odds? So yeah, she's Cassandra Elaine Powers. The latest trend hitting the gyms, literally, boxing workouts. But before you lace up the gloves, let's show you the ropes. During a recent trip to Windenburg, I visited the local gym called the Harbor Quarter. If you're ever in the area and need a workout, I recommend a session there. They have all the equipment you know, plus everything that's new. While I was getting my steps in on the treadmill, I heard what sounded like slapping noises. Like slapping noises. When I turned to look, I saw some folks sparring with some boxing punching bags. I couldn't resist giving it a try, so as soon as one opened up, I slipped on the gloves and began to swing. Soon after, a friendly voice asked if I wouldn't mind if they helped me. He introduced himself as Marcus, one of the trainers. I had already taken a few bad swings, so I gladly accepted. First, he helped me get taped up, and then showed me some better stances. He talked about balance and proper breathing. I was amazed by how much went into just hitting a bag. But it made sense. As a fitness writer, I visited my share of gyms, but I hadn't noticed this particular piece of equipment being used. Marcus said that it's been around, but only recently started to trend, especially with the ladies. He added that boxing training is a good all-around workout, and depending on what your goal is, you can tailor your regimen to it. It's great for cardio. You'll build strength. If you're someone who has balance and coordination issues, you'll benefit. Also, if you ever have the urge to hit something, here's your chance. Knock out stress and go the distance to win the fitness fight. I'm not a professional journalist. Before you begin, I recommend that you consult your doctor to see if this type of regimen is right for you. I would also advise going to a local gym and getting proper tips from a trainer. But if you're eager to lace up the gloves and start swinging, here's some of the equipment you should have on your shopping list besides the bag. Boxing shoes, boxing hand wrap tape, boxing gloves, protection for your head, groin, and mouth, gyms with punching bags and trainers. Or this was a directory. These are gyms with punching bags and trainers, and then I made a list of the ones that existed in the packs that I had at the time that are Maxis made, either from the gallery or in the game, but Maxis made. The movers and shakers in Willow Creek, the fit box for Newcrest, or that I at least put in Newcrest. Burners and Builders in Oasis Springs, Harbor Quarter Gym in Windenburg, Sky Fitness in San Myshuno, Pectoral Fitness in Del Sol, Lux Health Club, Evergreen Harbor. I placed that one. That was a Maxis made. Sudor in Ciudad Enamorada, and by Cassandra Lane Powers, fitness editor. And then I gave these boxing things a name. I named them after the type, the font. So these are impact bags, and these are the cheaper ones. And then these are the Franklin bags. That's Amber from the that poster. These are the facial masks. And then I did a whole I am not going to read this time. There are plenty of episodes where I read through this whole thing. I'm not going to read it this time. But it's the backstory that I gave Penny Pizzazz. In my story, the story is short and sweet. She was just a teen with long hair, got discovered by the department store, then a modeling agency. The modeling agency kept cutting her long hair into layers. She hated it, went and got her hair cut short, and was planning on just letting them fire her for disobeying the rules. But one thing leads to another. She gets fired, but picked up by a better modeling agency. The haircut becomes trendy because there is no Posh Spice or Rihanna in this world. She's the one that gets the angle bobbed. And she ends up in a bunch of advertisements. The thing takes off. Next thing you know, before she can grow her hair out, she becomes a short hair fashion icon. And it takes her like several years to grow it out. But she became the first cover model for Beauty Magazine in March of 1998. And she became the one that wore all of Helena Rose's dresses. Every time Helena Rose made one of these dresses, Penny Pizzazz was the one on the cover wearing it. Including this latest one that she's famous for wearing. This is as she was growing her hair out. I didn't quite finish that article. I did a lot more pictures and stuff for it, but I didn't put it in here. That's Lily's perfume. That's my sunblock ad. That's my other sunblock ad. Cool shades. Oh yes, the Peas article. The first article I actually came up with. I was like trying to think, what. There's got to be some sort of diet article. Beauty Magazine's always got, some sort of, do this and 7 days later you lose 5 pounds or whatever. Now, this is why I have to have a disclaimer for my magazine, because I'm not a doctor, I'm not a dietitian, these are fake articles. Even though I Googled this stuff to write the article, you still... Don't be eating nothing but peas for a week and then come crying to me if it hurts your belly. Or worse. The bottom line is when you Google this, it says it can cause bloating or give you gas. And you're not going to really lose a whole lot of weight. You might lose a few pounds, but the main thing is that you can use them to mix into other things to keep fill you up by eating the peas and eating less of the fatty stuff. So, like, let's say you were eating a beef stew or a meatloaf or something. Put some peas in there so you're eating less of the meatloaf and more peas or something, that type of thing. This is that she's on the building, but I stretched it out to try to make it look like a magazine cover. And the whole thing with catching up with Penny Pizzazz is that here she is all of a sudden after being kind of out of the public for a few years, and she shows up and she's got long hair again. Oh, and they called it taking a penny plunge when people would cut their hair. And I just got extra pages because I paste over those with new images when I make them. It's quicker to make a new magazine by copying one of these and then pasting over than trying to upload a bunch of pictures. This website here, FlipHTML5, allows you to upload JPEG images. You know the other ones that had free tools, they want you to do like PDFs and stuff like that, and I don't have a clue about doing that crap. You know, I'm bare bones rookie, okay? I'm messing with free edition Microsoft Paint here. Okay? I take a screenshot, I mess with it, I make sure it's sized properly, upload it as a magazine page. We're currently working on the June issue, which is a wedding theme. We made all the cakes. These two married each other. That's from their actual wedding at the chalet. This is just a test. These two, at the time, were Cassandra here. It is engaged to Marcus Flex, on again, off again. And then Misty was engaged to Wally Cornelius. In episode 301, they finally got married. And I've been meaning to redo some of these ads for the wedding issue. I want to redo this one. Same with these, make wedding themed. Every issue I've done so far, I have redone the laundry detergent ad in some way. This one was for washing, like Woolite, it's for delicates, for washing a wedding dress. This here, I did kind of like Special K cereal. They've always been, promising lose an inch in a week or something like that. So it's like, when you want to fit into a wedding dress, eat whatever this cereal is. I haven't quite figured out what we're advertising here, but it could be a watch. It could be it's something about either the first dance or the prom, or it could be the fact that I've got a different radio in each one. It could be advertising the company that makes the radios. Like RCA or something like that, These are wedding venues. And then I don't have all of them in here, but I took a picture of all of the dresses that were white or light colored. That somebody might wear as a wedding dress. And after I messed with the April issue, I went back in and started filling out the March issue because in 2008, Easter was in March. And I wanted to do Easter-themed clothing, so I needed to go back and do this. And then I gave this lady a name. That's Aubrey Thornton. She's a young actress. And these are our workers, our main characters. And I think that's when I made this initially and put it in this issue. And then then I went back in and did a baby bear detergent because there was a teddy bear on the front. The now 3 scents to choose from. You got the April Rain, the Spring Berry. I got like a cherry and a strawberry there. And then Lily. There's a thing of lilies there. And then we've got 5 different fashion designers that I made. These are not them. These are their outfit. One of each of their outfits. With, basically like the cardigan combo for Easter. Some sort of cardigan or jacket with a dress or a skirt. We got Cloud Dancer dresses by Cheryl Cinder, also known as Danica Minor. She uses an alias. Molly Bobbin with Laughing Breeze Boutique. Royal Designs by Kit Royale. She lives in a cookie tin. A very, very big one. I mean, I don't know how big the cookies are, but... And then Helena Rose again. This is the one she made. Pristine by Christine Serene. Christine grew up in a dry cleaner and laundromat, and when people's clothes would get like ripped or something and people were like about to sue her parents, she'd offer to repair their stuff for free. And she had taught herself how to do it, and she would repair the things so well that people were like, they couldn't tell that the thing had been damaged. That's how good she was with repairs. And then we have the McAdams Fashions and More department store showing some budget-friendly options. And these are orphans that live at the McAdams Adoption Foundation, which is a nice orphanage. It's a girls' home where they're treated nicely and not, you get to go to school, regular school and all that. And but Allie Lynn McAdams, that currently runs the McAdams department store, was adopted herself and was able to take over the family business. And that's when she made the Adoption Foundation. Let's see, did we do anything different? No, that was it. That was it for March. The May cover. Mother's Day themed. Baby Bear detergent, now just right for HE machines. More spring outfits. This is we had these here, and then these here, and then this was like get the look for less. So it's like, yeah, a pink one and a pink one, a blue one and a blue one, purple, and red and red. This is formal hair for proms and weddings. You know, just different kinds. I didn't quite finish that. Or wait, yeah, I did put, there is more. I snuck the hairdryer ad in there. I didn't do as many. These are just things. Okay, that I just happened to put these all in order. And then the rival magazine covers. We have Our Magazine. And then here's Gloria's Guide, the Statement of Fashion, with Lily Feng. We have Blush and Bloom, which is the magazine that got merged into Beauty Magazine and has caused all the problems because Beauty Magazine was not supposed to be this type of beauty magazine. Beatrice was trying for something different. At the time, her magazine had more sales than this one. And when Simon Barnes bought out bulk publishers and magazines, he decided to mash them together, let Beatrice and Beauty run overall the magazine, while the people that ran this one would work underneath her. That don't work out so well. Now it's 4 years later. Beatrice has finally been able to fire those people. One of them has gone off and made Fashion Passion, and the other one has made Faison Beach has made Faison Revista, and Iema Oldervich has gone and made Fashion Passion. And then I pronounce it Ciaban, and she pronounces it Ciaban in this world. Doesn't matter how anybody pronounces it anywhere else. She says Ciaban. And the way I explain that is, about 10 years ago, the Detroit Tigers had a catcher named Alex Avila, and his father was in the front office named Al Avila. Same spelling, two different pronunciations. So, if you don't like me saying Ciaban, get over it. Holly Glam is Nancy Landgraf Publications is Holly Glam magazine. And it may or may not be a front for something else or a money laundering thing. And then the staff from Blush and Bloom that didn't want to work for Beauty Magazine 4 years ago, they went off and made Poise and Polish, or Poison Polish. You really want to polish the poison? If it needs it. Okay, and while we're at it, let's do some more of these things that I was gonna pop in here. Um, um, and then the overall plot. This one's a long one because I had to break it up. Um, and then a note, especially since in a few days we'll be starting to play it again. So we currently have Colt Cooper as one of the drivers in American Truck Simulator. We also have Misty's father, Mitch Miles, who is a driver. He's based out of San Diego. And then on Thursday, they're releasing the Louisiana DLC for American Truck Simulator. I don't know who's driving there yet, but we have Willow Creek, which is Louisiana-like, as well as Magnolia Promenade and Newcrest. So, depending on what they have in American Truck Simulator and all that, I'll come up with something. Colt Cooper is driving. Colt Cooper is the brother of our former publisher, Charlie Chambers. And he's driving for the 4-2 Print Company in American Truck Simulator, which, according to my story, is not only a printing company, but has started making print editions of a newspaper. It started out as an online newspaper, but is starting to make print editions. And he's been delivering not only the papers, but going and picking up the used ones, delivering from 4-2 Print to the stores, to the airports, to warehouses, and then bringing back the used papers from those places. Mitch Miles is just driving in general. I had him. Misty got into his truck because she hadn't seen him in 15 years, and they basically drove back and forth from San Diego to Texas and Arkansas for 2 weeks. right before her wedding. She ended up postponing a wedding, and then when he finally was able to come back to town, they got the wedding back on, and she got married with her dad present. So, yes, as I mentioned, this has been going since January. We are almost at a year. Technically, the first episode of this was when I was remaking the train case building. That was January 20th. Okay. So let's get back to what I was doing. I want to load the prequel story because I want to get a picture of the young versions of Gloria and her family and friend and all that. Oh, that's right. That's when I was doing that. Okay, so yeah, so we got to go back to this. It's a separate save file. I did not make all the other characters in The Sims 3. I've only made her family. Not Gloria, but I've made Beatrice's family in The Sims 3. So, this is Beatrice's family, her mother, father, and her aunt Beatrice. And then she's currently living in this house as a live-in nanny. That's young Beatrice there. 18-year-old Beatrice. Her story is that her mother has always body shamed her, picked on her. She can never do anything right for her mother. Her mother's like, no, I don't want you helping out the garden because the last time you helped out, you broke that rose that was my favorite. So you broke the stem. You're not careful enough. You don't know what you're doing. So things like that. And so what's going to lead this young 18-year-old to want to make a, quote, beauty magazine 17 years later when she's 36 or 35? What I did when I made this story in The Sims 4, I went to all the houses, and anybody that would not be at least like a teenager in this game, if I reverse aged them by 17 years, I removed them. So, and I aged everybody else down. So it's like, okay, we might have the Robles family, but they've all been turned into younger versions. And then I went to the wiki page and added in, like, all the families from The Sims 1 and 2. So it's like we got, like, Bob and Betty Newby. We got Brad Burb, Tiffany Burb, got the Pleasants, the Oldies, the Bachelor family. Of course, you know, just we got Bella and Mortimer because the kids wouldn't be alive yet if you took away 17 years, or they would be like too young. I'm not bothering with it if they're like, you know, young children, because I don't have time for that part of the story for all them people. So we just have Mila, the Mashuga family, the Fires, the younger versions, Villarreal, the Bergsons. Where do they live in Del Sol? Well, there's younger Judith Ward. That might be after she divorces the first husband. Younger land grabs. Calientes. Oh, the maids from Sims 2. Our publisher when they were younger, Charlie Chambers, not Simon. Oh, I didn't realize we bulldozed that gym. to make. I thought we built on an empty lot. I think I put her in... Did I put her in Copperdale? Yeah, they're... Okay, I put them in this building. Okay. So here's young Victoria. That's probably not going to work. Well, bring it down here. Put it here for now, because we could always put the other one here for the moment. Or plunk it down here or something, but... Here, one moment. I would... At some point, I'm going to play this game. They've finally updated it to where it's like, well, it was like full release now or something. I've never played it, but I watched at least one other person play it in the past. But sometimes it's like it looks like a fun game, but it's like they don't have a lot of clothing options. But it's like, if I can find a way to have it, okay, you can design stuff, I guess. I don't know if that's the clothing you sell or if that's the one you're wearing for your avatar, but if I can do that, if I can design stuff to sell, that'd be cool. I might play that. But it's one of those things where it would have to be that I'm pretending that one of the Sims characters is doing this. And try to, like, pretend to build this in The Sims, too. I mean, also, not the Sims 2 game. This is poor Gloria Downing here. As I mentioned, it's been like an hour or so since I mentioned it, but her mother would take her sister to fancy salons, even for just a simple trim. But for Gloria, oh no, you're going to sit in the kitchen chair and our housekeeper or maid is going to put a bowl on your head. I don't know why she didn't like her daughter, but she treated her this way. She just did. I think that's the first time I did like a before and after thing. I should probably make a younger version. See what kind of grubby clothing I can dress her in. Rags or whatever. Ragamuffin? Yeah, ragamuffin. Oh, she's still wearing that same dress, huh? I guess we didn't put her in anything different. We just aged her down. Well, let's change that.
Holy night for Boba.
Oh, you're still wearing that, huh? Okay, we did not completely change this stuff. I think I added that. Yeah, that, well, you know, something like that. Don't let it fool you. She probably got these at the thrift store. Yeah, I didn't completely. I just pretty much aged her down and then changed the main dress because, you know, try to pick something that would be a little bit more 1981 ish. We need to change her hair. Yeah. Just give her regular. And that could be like why Gloria probably wanted to have similar hair or something. need something very fashionable, yet... I mean, that's kind of a okay thing, but... go with that. Well, we don't have a lot to choose from. Yeah, they don't really give us a lot of purple. Even though those aren't purple, I might just go with that. File, save as, just so we don't lose this, because sometimes this thing crashes. Did I have a Gloria thing here? No. I don't know what I really want to call that, but... Yeah, some people just, they never change. If it's working for them, they don't change it. We can't be talking about Gloria without, neatening things up a little bit. She'll show up and she'll put us in our place. So you talking about me again? You best not be talking about me with that crappy looking collage. You talk about my story, you're gonna do it the right way. Sorry, Gloria. Yeah, if you're not sorry now, you will be. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the father yet, if he's alive or not, in either version. Maybe he was alive back then, maybe he wasn't. Hey, Serena, sorry I missed that. Same to you. Hope you're having a lovely evening. Okay, so we know this. Yeah. Um. Let's. Yeah. Yeah. What are we looking for? What were we about to do? What's going on in New Crust? That was the little pizza place thingies I was making. I think this is when I made my old house. No, this is my old house right here. Yep. Okay, that's the New Crest Family Market. This is the house where I was adding in YouTubers. Oh wow, even the face looks younger. Yeah, right. So supposedly there's some fixes coming tomorrow. I am off tomorrow, so I will probably be streaming a long stream of some sort at some point. I forgot that there's a football game tonight. I wonder how that's going. The Patriots killed the Giants. That's how it's going. Well, that definitely makes me happy that the Giants did not win, because, the Lions almost lost to them Giants a couple weeks ago, and I live in the Detroit area, so, yeah. If the Lions would have lost that game to the Giants, that would have been real bad. Because the Giants only have 2 wins right now. Who did they beat? They beat the Eagles. And they beat the Chargers. And those are 2 decent teams that they beat. So it's a shame they don't have better record because, you know, yeah, everything's wide open with football right now. So this is a construction site where the Modista Institute is being built. It's Gloria Downing's fashion design school. They've only built this part of it so far. In a recent episode, Simon Barnes parted ways with the contractor and construction company that is working on it, and he is looking to get a different one. It's had delays, and the cost is skyrocketed. And the main problem comes from the fact that Gloria Downing wants to use this marble floor. And the builder tried to get all of it that he could, but he's only been able to get this here and that there. And there is no more of that one. And he tried putting this other tile floor down to make up for it in the meantime. And Gloria don't want to hear it. And she's complained to Simon over and over again because he's supposed to be building this building for her. She came and talked to the guy, the foreman, or whoever the dude was in here. And then Simon came and talked to him, and it's like, well, if there's no way you can get this building built the way we need it built, then we're going to have to find somebody that can. Now, this is me starting a project and not knowing what I want to do with it after this. So I I ran with the story. I mean, what do you do when you can't finish construction? You blame it on the sim that's making a thing. Not my fault. He ran out of marble. I didn't lose my marbles, he lost his. So as soon as I get somebody, and maybe they can figure out why there's no more of this marble, or perhaps find some other building that used it, and see if they need it still. So yeah, that's her fashion design school. That's like one of her crowning. That's like in her mind the crowning achievement when she has a school to teach fashion. Because then she'll really feel like an authority. Oh, okay, I took the gym that was over here and I put it over here. It's not always been over here. And that's my tiered building. That's heart shapes. And the train case building. Of course, that's the current version now that we have transparent walls. I don't have to use all the windows anymore. Mm. Excuse me. Or don't. So that brings us back to this building that I was building on yesterday. And I'm going to go warm my coffee up. And then when I come back, I'm going to see about adding some classrooms and whatnot to this building. You would, wouldn't you? Well, you would if it happened to you. Yeah, I suppose I would. I will be right back. You will? Yeah. Do you mean it? I will be right back. Well, that's Aubrey. That's not Beatrice. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. So, my original building, when I was making this yesterday, I was remaking at least the exterior of this Sims 2 building that I made. I made this for cosmetology school. It was supposed to be a pretend salon that someday I could own. And it was a project where we had to like figure out the cost of like owning the building and running a salon for a month and like doing the taxes and things like that. And I used this as my visual aid by actually like making a mock-up of it. And then I borrowed my niece's Playmobil camper and turned it into a mobile salon. I bought that for her. It's hard to see, but I had styling chairs stations over here, manicure tables here. The lobby area was chairs here and here with coffee tables there. And then I had this a waterfall here, or a fountain, and then the shampoo chairs that backed up into it. And then retail shampoo bottles here. I think I had storage back here. Storage, bathrooms, and then this was the facial area, or facials. And then up here on this rising platform was the pedicure chairs. Now, the thing with this is, because they're up on like a stage platform, that means the stylist or pedicurist sits in these stools. They're not bending over as much to get at the feet. I think this was a makeup table or makeup station. Oh yeah, and the coffee bar here. But I'm not necessarily. I mean, I could make this as the downstairs part, and then have the fashion school on the other two floors. It wouldn't. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to say that it's a cosmetology school down here. I might do that. Now, this was back when, in Sims 2, I used mods and custom content. But then again, there was also a lot of it available that I want. A lot of people were making salon chairs and things like that. And they were, there was a salon chair to use, so people would just, recolor them or reshape them. Yeah, I could do that. Well, if I'm going to, then we'll keep the same theme. And put a wall there. Okay, so how many spaces is each room? If I'm going to build that. Okay, so we have 5, 5, 4, 4, and 4. Oh, and then 3 4s. Now, if it's going to be a school, you're going to need classrooms. So we need a laundry room. Yeah, let's not forget that. Plunk down a laundry machine just so we don't forget that. Okay. You don't need to go all the way with this right now. You just need to... Hey, we actually have pedicure chairs. And massage tables. Yeah. Yeah, we do. The days of our lives. Oh, that was stupid. Okay, why am I not finding what I'm looking for? I thought we had smaller, like the other one. I could have sworn we had some smaller ones. There it is. Damn. It's hard to listen to that and not listen to the whole song. It's like screw the show. I want to listen to the song. Okay, well, yeah. Yep, and so they are. They are. They really are the days of our lives. You know that? You know, if I didn't have to go to school, I could have, maybe like stayed home and watched all those and maybe spent more days at my grandma's house or something. But nope. Nope. I mean, I didn't really watch those like I could have, but it's like you go over to your grandmother's house. She's only got the before she's got any cable. It's like, well, you gonna get up. You definitely gonna watch. You're gonna watch news. You're gonna watch Price is Right, and then them soap operas start coming on, and that's what's on TV. I mean, I doubt I've got more than. If I were to total it up, I'd probably maybe watched 20 hours worth in my life. But you remember the theme songs. I mean, I don't know what character did what. The only soap opera I really know anything about was when Luke and Laura were getting together or not getting together or whatever on General Hospital. There was that, and was it Frisco Jones? I think they had the Survivor song for that or something like that. Was it Jack Wagner? I believe was a soap opera song, and then the Friends and Lovers was a soap opera song. I think I could be wrong about that, but. no sense. Oh boy. Oh, whatever. No. At least not over here. We'll leave one somewhere. I could have sworn there was a smaller fountain, like that other game. You know, a smaller fountain. Well, you could have sworn, and it's probably a good thing you didn't swear. Because now you'd really be swearing. Yeah, whatever. Well, I'm just saying. I know, but... I mean, it's not your fault they don't have it. That's some good salon decor. Looks like something they would have. It's a shame they don't like the stuff inside of it doesn't change that much. Hmm. Shame they can't just give us a plain like white background, so it would look like maybe like a product shelf. Well, anyway, this is a different project down here. I want to go upstairs. You do, don't you? Yeah. Well, we could have a downstairs. We have downstairs stairs going down here, and yeah. Not even work. Yeah, you don't have enough room. Not even close to where I thought that was. You know, if I recall correctly, these will not turn back in and fold like directly that way. I could be wrong, but Oh, yeah, I will. The problem is this is not wide enough to do that. Yeah, and if you were to make this wider, it's still... You're not able to put a door on that, are you? Nope. That's a shame. At least in this game, they made it so that you could walk underneath them. Which I'm pretty sure you can. Sims 2, I had to... Or Sims 3, I had to make sure I was using the specific kind and putting it a certain way, and... Because I ran into that when I was playtesting the train case building a couple, like last month or whatever, when I went back in there and was testing it out again. It's like I couldn't get him to get to the second floor and beyond because the stairs were in the way. Even though I was using the ones that looked like there was nothing underneath them, it was still pretending there was walls there. You would have to do that. It's a shame we gotta put it in the middle like this, though. Um, I'm not gonna put that up here because you're not on the floor. Okay. Well, whatever. Do you want it this way, or you want to put it back to the other direction? You think that's better to look at when you walk in? Yeah, I kind of like that better. Okay. Why you that? Why you gotta do it like that? Why does it gotta not look the same? Dummy. Yeah. That's not gonna work. You know what will work? What? You can't put it there. It will not work this way. Because you can't walk across it. You cannot do this unless you have some way of walking around it. Okay, so what you're saying is I have to straighten it out. Yep. That door or a more secure door? This one looks like an elevator door. Yeah, that's a cool one. Too bad it can't be for an elevator. Just leave it alone. I don't like how there's only that much space there. I don't think you're doing the right ones. Yeah, you gotta move these. It is warm-up coffee time. I will be right back. Just be careful when you come back, because he's leaning against you. Yeah, I know, I see that. I think that's what you ought to do. Yeah. Maybe make this and then put a bunch of cobwebs up. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, we could do that. Alright, I gotta be careful not to sit on the dog. Since he's got his butt backed up to where I was sitting. Oh. Buddy, you're not giving me a whole lot of room here. Well, I guess I'll have to try to go over this way. Um. Um. I need something to distract me. I need some music or something. I don't know what. Um. It's not very big. I thought these were big. Oh, wait a minute. This is supposed to be... Why is this going on the floor? Now, those are cool. Too bad they don't have more of them. Mm-hmm. Are you trying to get lazy? What do you mean? Yeah, they sure are serious about the like shadows and lights and all that. Cause like it's like come on now, it don't look the same. Well, you're not looking at it with the same light. As usual, it's like it's hitting me. It's like I get excited about, hey, I know what I want to do with that, and then it's like now I go to do it, and it's either too overwhelming or just too hard to start, or I'm bored. Well, because you're changing. I keep changing things up. It was like the whole this area of the building, all three of these floors was going to be the fashion school. Now I'm like, well, maybe it's only the third floor, or maybe it's only the second and third floor. Maybe it's only the second and third floor on this section. I just maybe it's only the third floor and it's gathering cobwebs. And if we put this in the old story, we can have it not gathering cobwebs. it would help if I had, if I've been to a fashion school, what would be there? I haven't been to fashion school. Probably a photography school too. Maybe there's tattooing. Oh, that means they can sit at this fountain. Okay. What do I want to do now? I don't have to work today, so I'm not in a hurry to end this. Gotta love it when I go to rotate this screen. It's like oh, here, let me hold down my mouse wheel and turn the screen. It don't work. You'd think after playing this game this long that I would know what screens I can do that on and which ones I can't. What do I want to do? Where did we leave off when we started messing with her? I think we were talking. We were at a festival with Judith, and I think that's when Potato came in here and asked me if I had done the recipes. And then I went off on that 2-week recipe project. I figure out what I was doing and what I wanted to do. It doesn't help that I'm sitting uncomfortably because of where the dog decided to lay. And I don't want to wake him up. Ow. Um, It's a shame there's no way to click on one of these and say, put it back to the default way that it was. At least not that I'm aware of. Without having to go to the gallery and somehow get the thing. Oh. Wait a minute. If that's Colt Cooper, who did I put in? Oh, just Lumberjack. just there as a bookmark. You want to come up with something new? I don't know. You need to stop doing that. That's not the family I was playing. Okay, that I gotta stop. I gotta stop listening to that music. The ones the stuff I'm listening to ain't helping things. I don't need all that damn suspense music. Do you want to come up with a truck driving character? I mean, I know you're chomping at the bit to get somebody driving a truck. Yeah, I am, aren't I? What are the current... Bowman. Lufkin, Longview, Texarkana. Eldorado, Texarkana. Well, Texarkana, Texas has a garage. You can start out at. I don't think you can start out at Eldorado. That's a little bit far. Okay, Beaumont does have a garage. Oh, Eldorado does have a garage. I don't know. Do I want to make what's in those two cities? What do we got? 18 Wheels, Alley Cars, Chuck and Jack's Sawmill, Venture Warehouse. Okay, that's a warehouse. Yeah, I'm not doing this right now. I'm not as awake as I want to be. If I try that, I'm gonna fall asleep while driving. What do I want to do here?
Had a gone slow.
I agree, Gloria. You woke me up. scared the shit out of me. Oh, fucking nodding off.
Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ah.
Wake up.
Ah. Ah. Oh. Hmm. Oh. Hmm.
Can you move over, buddy? Can you move over, guy? Get up. Get up and move over, okay?
Oh.
Scooch, scooch.
Hmm.
Move, buddy, move. Get up and move. I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs and get coffee and see if I can do something when I get back. Cause either that or I might have to shut down for the night. Cause I can't think straight. I don't know what I want to do. And it doesn't help. This damn dog is sitting where I need to sit, and it's hurting.
Hmm. Huh. Ah. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Buddy, you need to move over. I mean, you kind of moved already just by doing that, but
Ah. Hmm.
no, you just shut up and stay where you were. Stay there. Lay down. Don't start with me. Lay down. I don't have food. You lay down. Right. You wear that when you're older. So let's find something else.
Huh? Ah. Hmm. Ah.
Okay, I like that. Why'd you have to do that? Now I gotta figure out where I left off.
Ah. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Ah. Ah. Oh.
I don't know. I think I went a little overboard on that. I don't think she's lucky enough to wear this. Unless this is something that she made. Maybe this is one of the ones she made out of like
Ah.
a bed quilt.
Hmm. Ah.
Alright, look, I don't know what we're doing, but I gotta get out of there. Sorry I wasn't looking at the thing. Hey, don't tell me what to do. You can say hello all you want, but don't tell me what to do. If I want to fall asleep while I'm doing my stream, I'll fall asleep while I'm doing my stream. You don't work for me. You don't pay my bills. You don't work the schedule I work, where one day I'm working at 8 a.m., next day I'm working at 12:30, unloading trucks, in a damn grocery store. You tried doing 12-hour streams and not falling asleep. I'll end the stream when I want to end the stream. Anybody that doesn't like the way I do something, guess what? I'm not the only one on YouTube. You can watch somebody else or make your own stream. If you can do it better than me, do it. Those of you who are watching patiently, thank you. I'm sorry I fall asleep. I'm sorry I don't know what I want to do. I'm sorry, but hey. I've been at this for almost a year for just this story. And it's not easy to keep it going when I've got so many different stories and so many different characters and so many different ideas. But I will not be told what to do. If I ask for suggestions, that's one thing. But nobody's going to come in here and tell me what to do. Gee, maybe we should go to their page and see if they've got anything. Maybe there's they've got all the perfect things to watch, and maybe I go there and I find the idea for what I want to do, right? Yeah. Just, you know. It's a good thing I don't have one of them service bells. Ding, 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 ding. You know, people probably just be tapping. We didn't have that on our service counter at the meat department either. Now we don't have a service counter. Like, people are still getting mad that we don't have that service counter. I'm sorry, you know, but yeah, how long do you expect a service counter to stay around in a chain grocery store if you're coming and getting 2 slices of bacon out of a 5-pound pack? And then the rest of that ends up getting thrown out. You know, it may take a company a couple of years, but after a couple of years of that kind of nickel and diamond on the stuff in the counter and throwing everything out, and having to pay somebody to do that, they're going to get rid of the service counter. If you got a grocery store that's got a service counter, you know, and you're somebody that's only buying 1 or 2 sausages, or you better appreciate it while you got it, because you know it's nice to those of you like, I only want a 1/4 pound of hamburger. That's great, but tell your friends and neighbors that they need to get to that counter and buy their 1/4 pounds of hamburger and all that, so that the company doesn't decide that counter's not busy enough. All right, well, y'all want me to do something, huh? If I don't figure out what I'm doing in the next few minutes, I'm going to switch over to the damn truck game. Tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. You've already said we are through. I'm a page you have turned. I'm no longer your concern, so don't tell me what to do. Alright, there's the Powers King. Marcus is a gym trainer, but does he do anything else? I don't know why you suddenly switched over to this family. I wasn't playing them. I mean, I didn't even click on them to do anything. What do we got going on here? I mean, I suppose it'd be one thing if I was a pay channel and I had paid memberships and things like that. And, then I was falling asleep and stuff like that. But I'm not. You know, I don't beg, I don't ask for likes. I don't, I don't do any of that. I'm not harping on, hey, hit the like button. I'm not doing that. Now, it bugs me when people hit the thumbs down because, most of the time I have no clue what that's for because YouTube doesn't say when somebody did that. They don't say why somebody did that. I mean, at least right now, I'd have a clue if after I look at this video, it says that somebody disliked it. Oh, they must have been that person. But I'm doing this because I want to do it. It's free of charge. Nobody has to watch. I appreciate those who are, but I just I'm I mean, if it said something like, "Are you there?" Oh, I guess not. But don't tell me to end my stream. Don't tell me what to do. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Do I want to go back into this household and do that stuff? Do I want to kick her out of her house? You want to make a new character? You know what? I don't know what town we're gonna be in, but let's go here. Yeah. Let's make a character that lives in this area. We can say it's like Oregon or something. I mean, this definitely looks like a Northern California, Oregon, Washington type bridge. You know. They gotta be expensive. I can almost get that one. Oh, there's one I can buy. Little cottage.
Narshkal Smiba, huh?
No, we already got you.
Quimba Reginu. Suna, Pimet Suna. Wanjini Lorray. Oh,
No, I already
Lama,
got somebody named
Nebedoy.
One Genie Roy. You do? Yeah. They named themselves.
Ah.
Hmm. I don't know.
Wanjini Lorray.
No, definitely not.
Lynette, Lethoro.
You're not One Genie Leray.
Ambuya Askina. Askina at the store. Lagar